By the end of this tutorial series, you will be able to build a complete web app using Google Apps Script and Google Sheets, featuring real-time chat, quizzes, leaderboards, and admin controls. We will build a multiplayer quiz game as a fun, practical project, but the skills you learn will empower you to build your own internal tools, dashboards, and powerful automations.
Complete web app.
You will discover how to structure your code, connect front-end and back-end, sync data in real time, and create custom user experiences, all using Google Workspace tools. If you want to become an automation expert and build real world and web apps with Google Sheets, then this series is for you. So let's get started. Hello guys, welcome to day 1 tutorial of developing a trivia game with online multiplayer feature. So let's look at the demo of what we are going to do today. Alright, so let's go to the test deployment. So here you will have a welcome message, and you will have some text that's showing up as typewritten, and you will have a chat. Okay, and you will have some styling done with Tailwind CSS. So this typing thing is, to be frank, not required, but I thought it will be a message for people who are waiting for the admin to start the game. And chat is also not required, but I added it because this will help you understand the communication with the sheets. You'll submit the data to sheet in the chat messages, and again it will fetch it back and put it here. Okay, so this is a public chat, right? So I don't think we can save, I don't think there will be a problem if we save the messages in the sheet. Okay, alright, so there are a few issues, a few concerns or things you have to remember while using sheet. Is that the data security, that's whoever is using, whoever the members are, they'll need to have edit access to the sheet. Okay, so that's how they can only submit the data. Okay, so but I don't think that will be a problem because this is going to be a simple internal team building activity, right? So I think this should be fine. Alright, let's see how it works. I'll bring this out, the new tab. I'll put okay. Let's add a message. Hello guys. So it will take some time. It's not as fast as any chat message because AppScript is little slow compared to React or any other framework. But this is only like good to have feature, right? So I don't think this will be a concern to everyone. Okay, so I submitted it. It takes like few seconds to submit in the sheet and show up in everyone's chat. But what you can see is it's working, and even though these are not so much required features, we are doing them because to learn the communication, understand and learn the communication between AppScript and Google Sheets. Alright, so and the messages will be saved here, and we are going to add the teams here. All the list of team members from your team will be added here. So in the upcoming videos we are going to use the set up a team, like the team can contain one or more people, and the admin will have to set up the team, and based on that the game will run. So each team will get the same set of questions. So for now, let's stick to a simple activity. We just build this page for now. Okay, so we're going to use this color palette, and we are going to use Tailwind CSS for the styling. Alright then, so let's get started. I'll create a new sheet, sheets.new. Let me close this one. Oh wait, one moment. We need this one. So I'll close this sheet now. Okay, let's give a name to the sheet. Trivia YT tutorial. So let's call this sheet as team, and this will be name, email, and role. Okay, so name Sudeep, email is my email ID. I'll be member for now. We'll do the admin part later. I mean in the next video or something. So I'll add another email ID of mine. Okay, let's put it as member. And we need another sheet for chat. Okay, these are messages. Alright, our sheets are ready now. Now let's start the programming. Okay, now we created a new app script. Let's set the same name as the sheet. Okay, so in order to get the HTML output, we need to use HTML service of app script. So we can check the documentation. Okay, so it's always good to follow the documentation, right? So this you can simply use this one, copy this one, paste it here. Let's create a new HTML file. Let's name it as index. Okay, in index, copy this one, paste it here. Okay, so when I open the web app, it should show this message, welcome world. Now let's go to deploy, new deploy, web app, whatever you can name, whatever you want, but I'll name it as version 1. So execute as someone who is accessing the app, because when people submit their answers, so it's going to be submitted based on their email ID. If you set it to your email ID, then they will be accessing, they will be submitting answers on your email ID. So that's not what we want. So anyone with Google account, so deploy it. Let me see. Okay, it is recording. Okay, done. I don't want to use the execution deployments. I want to use tester deployments for now. Okay, you see this one, welcome world. So this is what we want. So now let's start modifying the program. So the first one is a welcome message, right? Hi Sudeep. So it should pick the name from here and show that message. So for that we need a filter, So okay, let's do step by step. I don't want to confuse you with all the information at one time. So what I will do is I'll create a function called user. So we need the user details from which sheet? We need from the team sheet, right? So what I'll do is I'll create a constant called sheet. So spreadsheet dot get active spreadsheet, and again const sheet underscore team equal to sheet dot get sheet by name, and the name is team. Okay, so we're going to get data from here. So let's call data equal to sheet team dot get data range. So when you do get data range, it will only pick up these values. It won't pick up any blanks. I mean the blanks after the text. Okay, get data range dot get data display values. Let's log it and see. Okay, so now filter by user, review permissions, sign in, allow. Okay, you see this, we are getting the whole data, but we know we need only my data of with my email ID, nothing else. Okay, so we can do that by filtering the data with my email ID. So for that I'll create one more constant. So in session we have this one, get email ID. Session dot get active user dot get email will give you the person who logged in email ID. Okay, so let's do the logging here itself. Okay, now let's run the function again. Again, review permissions, yes. Okay, continue, hello. Okay, you see this one. Okay, so now let's filter the data. I'll call it as data filtered equal to data dot filter of let's call the item as x, and if x of, so in the execution log you see the email is always the second value. So array is 0 index, right? So it will start from 0, 1 and 2. So that way the index is x of 1 equal to email. So now I'll remove the email here in the log. Instead of data I will put data filtered. Now run it. Okay, you see this one, it's now it will give only your email ID. Now let's put this data into a variable so that we can access it in the index.html. So I'll create a variable called user details. So at the starting of the layout, when we open this page, so we can access it. User details equal to, you just need to put this function. Okay, and we'll return data filtered 0, 1. Okay, I'm sorry, this shouldn't be constant, this is editable variable. Okay, I'll do one thing, let's set a variable called name and another variable called role. Okay, let's log name and role to see if it is fine, if it is reading it properly. Okay, it's not reading it. So it should be, this is 2D array, so it should be another layer of declaration. What do you call this one? 0 of 0, 0 of 1. Okay, now you can see it. It should be 2 actually to get the role. Okay, alright, I'll remove the logs. Okay, now we can use this variable in the index.html like this. Okay, so this is a method to fetch the name, the variables from the code.js. If I reload it, it will not work. It will show it like this because we need to change the way we create the HTML output. So instead of creating HTML output from file, we have another method called templated HTML. So you have to use create template from file. Okay, dot evaluate. Now let's reload. Okay, now you see this. Alright, so this is a nice way to fetch the user details or any details from the sheet before the page is loaded, and you can display it in the front end. Okay, now this is done, right? So let's do some styling. I will integrate Tailwind CSS. Go to documents, go to play CDN and just copy this script and go to index.html, put it in head tag. Okay, now we can start styling here. So I will add one div. I'll add a class. I'll set the width to full, put it as flex column, justify center. One moment. Okay, so this is now width full, justifies, one moment, let's check here, flex. So what I want to do is I want to set this to center or something, just like you saw it in demo. Let's do one thing, let's put some padding on all the sides. Okay, so now I want to have it somewhere here. So instead of so I'll create one more div. So this CSS, if you are not familiar with, I'm not going into details, but if you keep following, you'll following my videos, you'll one day you'll be a pro in CSS, or you can also follow some documentations. Okay, so I'll put the width to 3/4 of the screen. One moment, so let's see how it is. Okay, justify content, so justify center, and we have to do items align center. I think, one moment, align items, align item center. Okay, this has come to little this side. um, okay, I think it is fine. I don't think this would be an issue. I think this is fine. So here, instead of div, I think okay, so this part, let's create as h2 header 2. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's add class text size. Let's put it to 2xl or something. We can also refer the documentation to see the text size, font size. Yes, so text hyphen 2xl should be little bigger. Okay, and we can also change the font weight. So let's put it to font semi bold. Okay, this is fine, right? Okay, I want to import a custom font. Let's go to Google Fonts. Generally, I import font inter, but I want to try a different font. Let's try Poppins. Okay, copy this one. So we have a documentation like how to import font. Using custom values. Okay, so you have to use modules. You have to do it like this. Let's copy this one. Okay, not font weight. Okay, one moment. Customizing screens. Okay, this is what we need to do. Theme, no. Font, yeah, we have to do font. Let's copy the entire thing. We'll delete things which are not needed. I think this should be within script. Okay, let's copy these now. Put them here. So the font name is Poppins. Okay, so now it should load the Poppins font. Let's check. I'm not sure. I think it didn't load the Poppins font, or did it load? Okay, tailwind.config. So this is how we have to do. We did that wrong. It should be tailwind.config. Okay, now let's put font hyphen pop. So whatever name you put here, you'll have to call in the same way. Now let's see. Okay, great. So we can do the same for the coloring as well. So we chose a color palette, right? So we can do the same with that. So this is the color palette. What I will do is I'll define some names. I'll call it as BG, background color. I'll put it. Let's put it as background color. This one we can say. Let's do one thing. Color BG, color highlight, let's call this as color border. Let's call this as color text. Okay, you can name anything you want. I feel like this is more comfortable. I'll tell you why. So here when I want to apply color, I can say BG color BG. So if I reload, it should change the color of the background. You see that, right? So now let's apply. Now let's set the height to full screen, so that the whole background will be having the same color. Okay, I think it's better I remove justify center. Okay, before it loads, okay, this is fine. We need to set the color of the text also. Text hyphen color text. Okay, this is good, right? Okay, now I would like to add the text effect, the typewriting effect. So for that we have type.js. Let's use this one. So let's copy this script. Let's paste it here. Okay, so the instructions is we need to put a span tag with an ID, and we'll have to put this script. Okay, let's copy this one. I would like to put this in a div so that we can adjust the space. Instead of element, I'll say type typewriting. And let's copy this one. Okay, so this is typewriting, and this is custom CSS, let's say. Okay, so now let's put this ID here. Instead of element, it should be typewriting. Now let's reload. Why it is not working? Okay, let's do one thing. Let's put this here. Okay, great. Okay, so first sentence, second sentence, so it is working. So instead what I want to do is I would like to create a list of statements, and those will be typewriting. So what I will create an array. Let typewriting array or something, I don't know. Okay, so this is the first one, first, second. Okay, let me simply so I don't want any formatting, so I'll remove the formatting. Okay, fine, it is working, right? Very good. So here we can keep adding the statements here. Let's say welcome, happy to see you here. Second statement, let's put it as we are waiting for the admin to start the game. In the meantime, you can chat with the team members. Okay, so what should be the third one? Okay, did you know most team engaging activities are trivia games? I hope you will have a good time being here. Okay, so we did 4. I think 4 are fine. Okay, this is good, right? Okay, great. Alright, so there is no gap between these two, like the welcome statement and the next statement. We can add some gap. Let's put gap of 5. Let's put 10 and see. Or maybe, okay, the gap should be here. Okay, this should be here. Flex column again, gap 10, sorry, gap 5. Instead of h2, let's put it as div. Anyways, we are setting the font size in the class. Okay, you see the gap, so it's good. So let's see in the strings. I want to do an experiment, like if I put array of 1, it should only run the second one. Let's see what happens. No, it's not working. Okay, fine. So I'm thinking it is better we loop it. Let's see if we have the option to loop. So once the last one is over, again it should come back to the first one. Yeah, we have loop option is there. Let's put loop as true. So the first message is welcome, happy to see you here. So once the 4 statements are done, it should come back to the first statement. So this is the second one. Okay, this did you most, this should be did you know. Okay, that's great. So this will be a continuous loop. So let's recheck the messages. Welcome, it should be I am happy to see you here. We are waiting for the admin to start the game. In the meantime, you can chat with the team members. Did you know most team engaging activities are trivia games? I hope you will have a good time. Okay. Alright, so this is done, right? This is done. Okay, so the next step is we are going to build a chat. Okay, so for that let's add 2 more divs. So the first one, this is for to put the chat here, like people will be sending the messages and we will be seeing that the chat here. So for that let's create a text area. Let's have an ID called chat messages, and this should be only read only so that no one will edit it. Okay, so this is good. So we need to make it like a big one, like now to fill the screen. Let's put it to width full. H maybe let's put it to half of the screen. Okay, this is too much. So let's do one thing. Width let's put it to maybe 3/4. Okay, and rows equal to maybe 10. How do we expand the height? So we need it like this, you know. So for this one, I don't think height will work out. For now, let's see how it works. Okay, it's too big. Height, let's put it to half of the screen. Let's give a maybe fixed with fixed height. Maybe let's do hit 60 and see how it looks like. Okay, we can increase little more. Let's try 80, H80. Okay, I think this is fine, right? This should be fine. Or maybe let's add 96, then this is, can stop it here. Now I want to add like a little round edges instead of the sharp edges. So for that we have something called rounded borders. So the first one you can see, if it is rounded it looks like this. If it is round mid MD it looks like this. I think rounded is fine. So let's go with rounded. Okay, so I would like to add a border, like we have added a color here, right? Color border. Let's add that. Border, color border. That's the name we gave. Okay, I think we need to add border first. Okay, this is good. So outline, if I click this one, the outline is coming here. I don't want the outline. So outline, how do I put it to none? Yeah, outline none. Let's do this one. Okay, fine, this is fine. So we need a the one more text input to send the message. So after here I will create one more div. So let's put input. Let's give an ID equal to send message. Okay, so now we need a button as well. Okay, send button. Alright, so now let's do some styling. So class will be, this will be width full. Okay, and this one will be maybe width of 4 times 4 or 5, the full width, 4 times of the full width, and this one will be 1/5. Okay, this will be W hyphen 1/5, and let's see now. Okay, all right. So this one is not full screen, full width, sorry. Okay, it is not looking good. This is 4/5 and this is 1/5. Let's see what is the size of each item. This should be side by side. So what we'll do is flex. Okay, so this has come side by side. If I remove this 3/4 with 3/4, let's see how it will look like. I think it is better we set the whole div, uh, the width of whole div properly, so that this will be at the end and we can reduce the size of the whole thing. So let's put this to full width only, and let's reduce this to 1/2 of the screen. Okay, this is better now, right? This is better. Okay, I don't see this cursor if I put it here. So let's um, outline none. Okay, but the cursor is too much on left side, so I would like to add some padding of 2. Okay, this is better now, and also I will make it rounded at the border. Okay, fine. So the next one for the button also, let's add some coloring. So BG I would like to set to color highlight, and this one also should be rounded. Okay, this is better, right? And between them let's add a gap of 5. Okay, this is good. For the send button, we can make it bold, I think, semi bold maybe. Okay, okay, the chat UI is done. Now we have to submit the chat here and fetch it back to this text area. So for that, let's create a function. Okay, let's do it here itself. Chat functions. So when I click button and on click, I'll create a function called send chat. On click of this button, it should trigger send chat, and in send chat, so let's first take the value from this text input. Message equal to document dot get element by id. So we have created an id, right? So which is send message. Okay, so let's log it, see how it looks like, whether it's working or not. Message dot value should give us the value from this text input. Let's reload. Okay, you see this one, whatever I typed, you can see it in the logs, so it is working. So we are able to get the message. So when I get the message, I would like to pass it to the backend, to the sheet. So here also let me create one more function. I'll say submit chat, variable is message. So I'm going to pass this from here, google.script.run dot what is the function here? Submit chat, right? Submit chat message dot value. Okay, so once this is submitted, the message comes here. So what I want to do, I want to save it to this sheet. So we did not declare the chat sheet, right? So let's do that now. Const sheet underscore chat equal to sheet dot get sheet by name chat. So here we can simply do sheet dot chat append row, and append row is always in array, so you have to put the message here. Okay, let's run and see how it looks like. Hi, send. Okay, you see this? The message is pasted here. Very good. But I don't know who has sent this message, so I would like to log that as well. So here simply doing that, we already have the user details, right? So let's do one thing. So I'll create one more thing called message user details dot name, or else we can do this way also. Okay, let's reload and submit and see. Okay, when I submit, it should say Sudeep hi. It should submit. Okay, it is showing as undefined, which means that user doesn't have that value. So let's do one thing. Let's again call this function here. Okay, then user dot name okay, let's try again. Okay, this is fine, right? So it is submitting the data, but it is not updating the text area here. So let's do that as well. Before that, we need to erase this one. When I send something, it should erase it. Okay, so once this is done, message dot value should be blank. Let's try again. Okay, so it is blank now, and also it is submitting here. Okay, great. Okay, send message is done, so we need to retrieve the messages back. So function, I'll call maybe get chat. So in get chat, we need to put that here in the text area. The ID is chat messages. I'll call it as chat box equal to get document dot get element by id, and what is the id? Chat messages. What we'll do is yeah, 1 second. So we need to fetch it from the backend, right? So we need to fetch it from the backend. So this one is save chat, this one is fetch chat. So I'll call this function as fetch chat. So it should come from const, let's create data, the same method we did for the user, sheet dot chat get data range dot get display values. Okay, return data. So okay, so here we need to run the backend script, google.script.run with success handler. Let me check if it is the right method. 1 second. I mean the spelling and everything. Okay, success handler. Okay, the spelling is correct. Success handler dot fetch data, fetch chat. Okay, so if it is success, then we can call the function here. Okay, and we are returning the chat, the data, right? Chat data. So let's say I'll call it as message data here. And if message data dot length is greater than 0, so if, which means that we have some values here. So we are going to loop it until yeah, the length of the data. So we are going to recap everything once again. If you feel like it's not understanding, I'll recap everything from the beginning so that you can follow again. If not, you know, you can reach out to me via comments, or you can reach out to me on my Discord. And if you need any help with your projects, you can let me know. I'm full-time freelancer. This is what I do. So let me know. I can help you. Okay, so whenever this function is called, what I'm thinking is to okay, one moment. So let's continue with the flow. So chat box. So here chat box dot value equal to plus equal to slash n, which gives the, which puts the thing in next line, message data dot I, and I want the chat to be updated every maybe few seconds, so that it will be reflected every few seconds. Let's put it for 3 seconds. Every 3 seconds the chat should reflect. Okay, let's put it 1 moment. I'm not getting the option to select it. Not sure what happened suddenly. It's not loading. Okay, my mistake. So this should be I less than message data dot length. Okay, let me reload again. Okay, so this is fine now. If I press hello, and you can see this went to busy. Okay, it is returning, but it is not returning everything. So let's wait. Every 3 seconds we set it to this thing, right? Everyone is sending messages now. Okay, set timeout whether this function spelling is correct. Let's see. Okay, so they need these brackets are not required. Okay. Okay, so every 3 seconds it's going to be busy and idle. Okay, so let's manually add something here. I'll say how are you. Oh, I'm sorry. So it should populate it automatically, like every 3 seconds it has to update. It's more than 3 seconds. Get chat. So why it is not working? So set timeout, get chat, 3 seconds. That's what I did. Let me check this one. Set timeout. This is correct only. I think it should be time interval. Sorry. Yeah, it should be time interval. I'm sorry. Okay, I got it. Okay, let's try now again. Okay, now it went to busy. Okay, you see this now. Every 3 seconds it is updating, but we are getting all the messages like repeatedly. We don't need that. So the first one is we don't need messages thing. So let's start the array a loop from 1 instead of 0, so that it will start from here. And also I will create one index. I'll call it as chat index. Okay, so whenever it is updated, it has updated the last one, it will set the index to that number and it will continue from that number. So instead of I here, what I'll say is I'll put it as chat index. And when this is done, chat index should be message data dot length. So this way we are setting the chat index to the length of message data every time, so that it repeats from this one. So here for example we have three items here, and when I set this to message data dot length, it will be 3, and next time it will continue from 3 instead of from the beginning. So let's see. Message data is not defined. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. So this should be here. Again, there is an issue here. Chat index dot message dot data dot length. Let's do one thing to keep it simple. What I will do is every time chat box dot, so this will be blank. Let's see how it works. But this is not a good idea. So this updates for the first time. Okay, this is the mistake I made. It should be I less than. Okay, let's see now. Okay, so they went to busy to idle. So now it is not updating every time, right? So it has only updated once. And the next one is this should start from 1. And also I would like to add one more item here. If I is equal to 1, should be only message data, else it should be with new line. So when that happens, okay, so now we don't have this one, right? It starts from the messages properly. I will add a message here. I'm fine, how are you? So this has disappeared, but it will take a few minutes to get the message appear back. So that's the only drawback with app script. But anyways, this is only for internal, right? So I don't think this should be an issue. And also, if you see this one, this is sticking to the corner. So I would like to add padding here also. Okay, this is good. Also, we can add one placeholder. I'll say this is a public chat. I don't know what you call it. Be nice to everyone. So initially when I reload it, it will show the placeholders. Okay, you see this placeholder, right? Yeah. Okay, great. What else? As of now, when I click the send button, it is going, but if I want to press the enter also, it should go. So for that also, we can add one more function. So for that, document dot get id. The button id is what should be chat button, I'll say. So document dot get element by id. So the id is the input here, send message dot add event listener key down comma function. So we can call it as event. If event dot key is equal to enter. So event dot what do you call it, prevent default. Event dot prevent default, and we have to call this function send chat. So event dot prevent default is to not to create a next line. So here if I press enter, it will not create a next line. Okay, let's try again. If I press enter, it's not working. One moment. Let's add one more text here. Event dot key equal to enter, three signs. Okay, let's refresh, add it again. Hello, I'm here. Let's enter. What am I doing wrong? Document dot get element by id, send message is the input, dot add event listener key down function. Okay, I think this is the issue. It's not capitalized. Okay, now it is working. So it's not capitalized. Okay, that's the issue. Alright, so let's give a one last test. Let's also test it with my other account. Okay, let's open this one in my other account. Okay, so hello Undurti. Okay, so it should come here. Then now it should update here on both sides. Okay, so this is good. The only drawback is this is slow. This one is slow. So this is getting very small. Let's adjust the UI a little bit. So here we did half screen, right? So by default, let's put to 3/4, and if it is a big screen, we'll put it to large screen. We'll put it to half, and if it is mid screen, then we'll put it to 3/4. But let's see now how it looks like. Okay, so let's close this one. Okay, a little okay, right? So I think this is fine. Hello everyone, welcome back to day 2 tutorial of developing trivia game with multiplayer setup. So in the last video we worked on the chat and you know adding the members, right? Let's quickly recap of what we have done. You can skip this video, skip this section if you don't want to watch the recap. So in the last video we have added this typewriting and this chat messages, right? So um now in this video we are going to add the admin controls. We're going to add a button here so that admin can start the game, and we are going to add some questions uh, and a UI for the members so that people can look at what are the questions, current question, and answer them. So for the recap, what we have done is so we have created a index.html. So this is the main page where everyone can come and chat here, right? So here we add integrated type.js for the typewriting effect, and we have added user details. So this is coming from the backend from here, right? So for this one, the function is user, and it is fetching both name and role, and it returns to the index.html. So this is where we are showing. For the typewriting, we have added type.js, right? So I've added few texts in array, and that is what it is being displayed here. And we also added a chat where I will send a message that will be saved in this sheet, right? And it will fetch back, I think, for every 3 seconds, and that will show up here. And we use Tailwind CSS for all the styling, right? So I hope you remember everything. All right, so let's go to the admin controls now. So what I want to do is to uh, add a sheet for questions. Okay, so I'll do one thing. I have created uh, these questions in another sheet. So I will simply copy paste those items here. Okay, so always the right answer will be option A. I mean here it will be option A, so that you can add them here. Okay, so it will be easy for you, right? If I add, if one option is always right, so we can shuffle them. Um, in the question and answers, when we show it to the team, we can shuffle it. Okay, so questions and answers are ready, and I also want to create one more sheet called settings. So here I'm going to add these settings like number of questions. Like for each question, what is the time, and randomize means whether you want to mix up the questions, like randomize the questions, or if you set it to no, this will come in sequence. Like first 20 questions you will get, like first 10 questions you will get. Okay, all right. So if you're ready, let's get started. Okay, so let me delete. Okay, so I will add myself as admin. Okay, so for the admin, even though it's admin, even admin can chat. So that will be common for everyone. Okay, so this page is common for everyone. But for admin, I'm going to add one more button called Start Game. Okay, it will be seen only by admin. So here, so after this one, okay, here. So this is Start Game. Okay, so this is the button. So for Start Game, what I will do is let's do some styling. I'll put full width. No, so this will be full width. Or wait, let me do it step by step. So I'll put a padding and background. Where is the color? Okay, background highlight. Let's use this one. Okay, so this is how it is looking now. Let's add a rounded borders and font. Let's put it to semi bold. Okay, this is good, right? So for the send, what we did, let's look at. Okay, width is 1/5. One moment, let's look at Tailwind CSS for this centering items. Okay, align self center. Let's try this one. Okay, this is good, right? So the button is at the bottom. I don't know how to switch off this. It keeps getting messages. Oh, okay, sorry. So let's add px, which is on x-axis. Okay, start game. I think this is better, right? So I want to make sure this is only for the admin. No one else should be able to see it. So here we are also fetching the role. So what I have to do is Similarly, what we did here, just need to add a if condition like this. If dot user details dot role is equal to admin, we will open the brackets. If is wrong. Okay, okay. So I think equal to is not required. Let me check now. Okay, this is good. So if I make myself member instead of admin, let me reload. I should not get the button. Okay, this is good. Now we can be sure that this button is only available for admin. Okay, so once I click start button, so it has to go to a new page called quiz. Okay, so now we need to fetch all the questions here and show it in the front end. So this page will be viewed by everyone like admin, the users, right? But this is a question and answer, so I think it's better I provide a different UI for admin, but let's keep it simple for now. Everyone will have the same UI which has questions and answers. Okay, so when I click this, I'll set this to start game. Initial it's no, but when I click start game on the front end, okay, so this will be set to yes. When it is set to yes, everyone will move to quiz screen. Okay, let's do that. Okay, for now I'll add this. Okay, so when I click start game, so for this one, let's add a ID for this button. ID equal to start game. On click, I will add the function name also start game. Function start game. Google dot run dot script. One second, I always get confused here. Okay, Google dot script dot run. Okay, with success handler dot. So we need to create a function on code.js. So here I will say this is to start game. So I'll create the function start game. So in settings, it has to update, right? So let's add the sheet here. Sheet underscore settings equal to sheet dot get sheet by name settings. Okay, now sheet underscore settings dot get range of this one is b4, right? b4 dot set value. What should we say? Yes, it should set to yes, right? Okay. Now I have to run this code. I mean this function start game. Okay. All right. So let's reload this one. Let me click start game, and it here it should say yes. It's not happening. One moment. Um, Start game on click. Start game. Google.script.run dot start game. Okay, let me reload again. Let me add a console here. Console.log game is going to start. Okay, so this one is not running. That's the problem. So what is the issue? Uh, okay, now it worked. Sometimes I make very silly mistakes. I forgot to add these brackets. Okay, uh, now every page, every screen should go to the quiz screen now. So we need to redirect them. So for redirect, window dot reload. There is one URL. Okay, let's use this for now. Page equal to quiz. I'll explain you. Just let me check this how if it is working correctly or not. Okay, this is wrong. So window dot open. Okay, let's try again. Okay, it is opening the page, but it's wrong page. I'll explain you what to do. So for now, the redirect thing is working. So what we'll do is, instead of opening a new page, I will put this underscore top so that it will open on the same page. Okay, so this is coming. All right, so now we need to add the redirect thing. So what I will do is, I'll add something called e, or any variable you can add. Generally, I add it as e. Easy to what you say, check. So here now I'll check the parameter. So the parameter here is page equal to quiz. If the page equal to quiz is there, then I will open the quiz page. If it is nothing, then I will open this page. Okay. So if e dot parameter page, if there is no parameter as page, it will open the default page. Okay, else return instead of index, we're going to put it as e dot parameter dot page. So now it will open the quiz. Let me delete this. Okay, so if I click start game, it has to open quiz screen. You see this? Okay, okay, this is great. So we have added the redirection. So this is done. So now let's make little modification here. So here, instead of adding the whole length of URL, I would like to uh, one more thing. Whenever I publish a new version, this link changes. Okay, so this link changes every time. So it's difficult for us to keep updating the links, right? So what we can do is we can fetch the links uh, from a script service. Okay, so what I will do is I would like to create one function where it will pull the current link, and it will pass it to the front end. So here I'll call a function called get URL. Okay, so here what I will do is um, let me create a URL here. Okay, here URL equal to script app dot get service dot um, get URL. Okay, so once we get this, let's do one thing. Let's log it and see if it is working correctly. I keep forgetting to add brackets. Okay, great. So we got the current URL. Okay. So when what we have done here, user details equal to user. So we are running this function, right? Similarly, we shall run um, get URL function as well, so that we'll know the URL uh, in the front end. Okay, so here instead of lengthy URL, let's remove this one. Okay, now let's see. Okay, great, it is working. All right. Okay, fine. So this is working fine. So what I did is I added it in the success handler. So if it has updated this one perfectly, then it will redirect. Okay, that's what I did. Okay, so now we need to add all the headers in the quiz screen as well. But what I want to do is I want to add a common HTML file for header. Okay, so I will add all these here. So I'm going to load this page here in the header of every page, so that I don't need to copy paste every time, right? So uh, if I make the changes in this header page, it will update in every pages. Okay, so this is how we have to include header. Okay, one moment, I think I did something wrong. Okay, let's create was something called we need to create a function first, so that I'll call the function as include file or include name. So I'm going to include header whenever I call this function. So we have something called HTML service dot create template output. Create HTML output from file of name dot get content. Okay, so we need this function. So by doing this, okay, so by doing this, I'm going to get all these details, and I'm going to show it here. So here it should be, so this is a function, right? So this should be equal to include header. Okay, so what we'll do is at the beginning itself, when the page loaded, we are going to call the function called include. Okay, so this one, and we are passing the name as header, and it will get the content from the header here, and it will load in this page. Okay, let's see. If I reload it, it should look same. Okay, great. So let's do the same in the quiz screen. Okay, so let's click start button. Okay, great. So it has loaded Poppins font, so which means it is working. All right, so now we need to create a UI where it will show the question. What is the category? question count, like how many questions it has passed, category, the question, and it should give four options. The options should be randomized. Okay, so the settings should also be randomized. Like, I mean, in the settings, if I put randomize, the question should be randomized, and based on that, it will send it to the front end, and it will show all the content here. So I will get some 30 seconds timer, and I should be able to click some buttons. All right, so let's get to it. Now let's build the UI. So we need one block here and four blocks for answers and one item for the countdown, right? All right, so let's start working uh, with building the UI. So let's use what we did in index. So I will first create the same div what we did in index.html. Then slowly we'll start building everything. Okay, so the look and the layout, everything is aligned to the index page now. Okay, so I want to use this block for question. Let's use an input. Okay, so initial value, I'm putting some question for now. Later we can fetch it from the sheet. Okay, and this should be read only so that it won't affect the or else let's do one thing. Why do we need an input? Let's simply put the question here in paragraph. Okay, we can modify it later, right? So for now let's quickly build the UI, then we can keep modifying it. So she is option A, option B, option C, option D. Okay, so let's increase the size of the question. Let's put it to semi bold first, and text size is 2XL. Let's try it. Okay, I think this is fine. So let's add one more block here. So let's make it flex column and put a gap of maybe 5 so that we can have some spacing here. Okay, so there is some space here now. So I would like to you put a grid here, um, grid of 2 columns. I think, is this correct? Let me check once. Okay, let's check it in Tailwind CSS. Hmm, so grid rows. Okay, this is the format. Okay, 2 rows. 1 second. Okay, so this is fine, right? Now we have 4 options, one question, and now I would like to place them in the middle. It's left line. I would like to place them in the middle. So place self center. Let's try this one. Okay, this is good, right? But it's too, it's too on the top. Let's put it down. It's maybe to the center of the screen, right? So let's do it. Justify center. Okay, I think this is fine, right? This is fine. Maybe I will shall increase the gap between question and answers a little bit. Okay. So now once I select an option, I need a button to submit, right? So let's add that as well. These are answers, and this is submit. Okay, now let's style it a little. BG is color highlight, and rounded. Let's add a padding also. Okay, and let's put the font as semi bold. So in other buttons, how did we did? Let's check. It's okay, rounded. It just rounded we did. Let's do the same, and also width also. Let's decrease it a little bit. It is just to maintain consistency. That's all. Okay, so align items. So this should be okay. So content center. Oh wait, justifies. Okay. I think this is the one. Let's try. Let's put it to items center. Okay. So we did it in the wrong we put item center in the wrong div, so that's why it was not working. Okay, so this one this also came to center. Okay, let's try to increase the width. Let's put it to full, and also let's increase the width of submit button a little. So I'm doing it as 1/4. Okay, okay, this is better, right? I'm not focusing too much on the UI. I think this is sufficient. Okay, and we need to show category. So we have category, we have question, we have all the options, and also we need a timer for 30 seconds. Okay, category. For now, I'll just add this one. Timer also, I'll just put it like that for now. Okay, so category will say maybe general knowledge. So I want to put these two in the same block so that they can be shown side by side. Justify evenly. Let's see. It should come side by side and should take equal sides, like equal space. Okay, so now let's add a gap of 10. Or let's do one thing. Instead of evenly, let's put justify between. So both will be on two different corners. Okay, let's remove gap. Let's put it as width full. Now let's see. Okay, this is fine, right? So this is category, and maybe we'll put it in semi bold. Let's make this one timer as maybe bold. Maybe we'll increase the text size also. Let's see what happens if we increase for the whole block the text size. Okay, so for options also, maybe it's better we increase the size. Okay, yeah, this is fine, right? This is fine. Also, I'm doing this video without any prior preparation. So that's why you might see any searching for material or searching for things, getting some clarification with some these guidelines or the documentation. I hope it's fine, right? So okay, now let's increase the button size. Okay, I think this is fine. This is fine, right? Okay, so when I hover on these options, I would like to show a transparent, I mean, semi transparent or whatever you call it, highlight. So, one moment. So, this should be hover, yes, hover, BG, highlight. Okay, so we'll get a the solid background. We'll make it transparent later. So it should be rounded and uh, two padding, right? Okay. What if we make it as a button instead of div? Okay, this is better now. All right, so maybe I can say the design is done. You can always beautify it as per your thoughts, but I think for now we can say that design is fine. Okay, so now when I click on these options, I would like to keep the highlight, just as it is. So let's add IDs for each button. Option A, option A, option B, option C, option D. Set color to button, whatever um, you can call the function. So on click, okay, this function, this dot ID, we are going to pass the ID. Okay, so when the button clicks, let's see if the ID is working, like it is fetching the ID properly or not. Okay, option A, option B, option C, option D, right? Okay, this is working. Okay, so now I'll call item equal to document dot get element by ID, which is ID, and item dot style, item dot color equal to. So what is the color of this one? Color is, yeah. Tile dot color. Okay, okay, this is working. Okay, instead of a color, we need to put it as background color. Sometimes I keep forgetting the attributes, the exact words. Okay, now it is working, right? Okay, so the issue here is the color stays as it is. When I click another button, the previous button color should be set to uh, normal. Okay, so let's get all the items first. Option A, option B, option C, option D. Okay, now once I get all these colors, um, I mean all these objects, let's set the color of all styling. So we are going to set the color to normal first for all the items. So this is little easy. Uh, Otherwise, you'll have to write a dynamic, a little complex code identifying which ID we are passing and setting other buttons to transparent. So instead of that, what we can do is simply set all the buttons as transparent, and the required button will change it to the required color. So item 1, item 2, item 3, item 4. Instead of writing transparent, let's do one thing. It is not maintaining, it is not setting this to the required color. Okay, this is what I missed. Sometimes I make silly mistakes. All right, so this is working fine, right? So when I submit, it should submit to the sheet. Let's create a sheet called quiz. I'll put the ID here. ID answer answered by timestamp. Okay, so instead of pasting the whole thing, I mean the question, answer, uh, ev- everything, I think it's simply we'll just paste the ID where the ID comes from the sheet. We'll do it later. I don't want to do everything in this video itself, right? So it will be confusing. Already, it's a lot of content to digest. So what we'll do is we'll just paste the question, the ID, answer, and who answered email, and the timestamp. Okay, that's all we are going to do. Okay, so when I press submit button, I would like to send the data to backend. Function submit answer. Okay, and put the ID and option. Okay, let not select. Wait a minute. So we need to pass the answer, not the options. Okay, for now, let's see how it works. Then we can modify it in the next video. That's not a problem, right? So for now, let's see how to submit the data. So once this is done, we'll use google.script.run um, dot. I'll say save answer, or we can use the same thing, not a problem. Same name. Okay, save answer to the sheet function. Save answer. So what is the sheet? Quiz sheet. Let's create one more constant here. Sheet quiz. Okay, let's do one. So sheet dot quiz dot append row So here id comma option, we'll change it later. How do we by so when we fetch the data, we'll see how to which one we have to pass, whether it's id option or answer. We'll check that later in the next video. For now, let's paste the data here. id comma option comma where is my email? Yes, my email id comma timestamp date dot now. So on button click, the function is submit answer. So id should be this dot id. Okay, so the option should come from the selection. We'll do that later. For now, let's see if the data is submitting or not. Option is not defined. Okay, for now, let's put the option as this. So I'm passing it as string for now. Date is not defined. I think it just should be now. What happened? Wait. Yeah, that's what I did, right? Date dot now is what I did. Not sure. Okay, okay. So, oh god, so D should be capital and this should be in brackets. Okay, great. Instead of now, let's do. Okay, let's try again. Why it is not? Okay, great. So the issue was nap script we can use new date. Okay, I forgot about that. Anyways, now the issue is done, right? So for now, ID also ID I will put it as one for now, just for testing purpose. So in the next video, we're going to fetch all the questions, or set them as random, and whichever question we select the options and submit, then it will paste it in the quiz sheet. Okay, so now we need to get the option here. Which option is selected? So we need to know that. So let's create a variable called option selected. Option selected equal to ID. So we are passing the option as ID, right? So I'm doing the same. Okay, so let's see. No, sorry, this should be ID. This should be ID, and this should be option selected. And we can remove the option here. Okay, let's select option C. Let's submit. Okay, great. Answered by is my email ID, and you can see the timestamp. So if I select option D, submit. Okay, great. Okay, I think it's better we conclude this video here. There is a lot of things to do. So in the next video, we are going to fetch all the questions and randomize them. And now based on number of questions, we'll set it. We'll set the timer. We'll set the questions, and we'll randomize the questions. Okay, so we are going to work on that. Then step by step, we are going to build the complete the trivia game. So it should start with when admin press start. It should take everyone to the game screen. Then it has to show 10 or how many questions set by the admin. After for every 30 seconds, it has to show the question, and once the quiz is done, it has to calculate the score, and it has to display the score for everyone on the screen, right? So that's what we are going to do. So for now, let's conclude it here. In the next video, we are going to see how to fetch the data, randomize it, and show it on the screen. Welcome to day 3. So in the last two videos, we have seen how to build the first page, this chat UI, and the second one is to submit data in the sheet, the answers in the sheet, right? So now we'll have to build the UI, the front end, where we can fetch the questions from the backend, and give an option to for the people to submit the answer and move to the next question. So as of now, we built a sample, right? Very simple one. So now we are going to use real time the questions from the sheet, and we'll play the quiz game. Okay, let's see how to do it. So these are the questions. So we have 25 questions. In the settings, we give top like 10 questions. So for now, let's take first 10 questions. Okay, then we'll think about how to randomize them, etc. Okay, that's for later. Okay, so this is the UI. I mean, this is the the HTML UI for quiz, right? So this is common for all the people. So we need to create a script for the admin side. So let's create a new function. Get questions. Okay, so this is the sheet questions. The sheet name is questions. Let's create the variable for that. Sheet underscore questions equal to sheet dot get sheet by name questions. Okay, let's fetch all the data. Sheet questions dot get data range dot get data values. Okay, just let's see if this works. We're fetching all the data for now. Get questions. Okay, sorry, this is get display values. Okay, so now we're fetching all the questions here, like everything in this sheet. Okay, now let's pick 10 questions. I'll create a variable called questions. Let questions. Okay, we'll put that here in the question so that this will be accessed by everyone. Okay, so the data here is this one is first one is category, next is question, and the next are the answers, right? Okay, let's remember that. Questions equal to get questions. Okay, when the page is loaded, it will load the questions as well. So we need only 10 questions, right? So what I will do is data final equal to data dot slice 0 comma 9. So this should give us only first 10. Okay, so it is giving from 1 to 8. We don't need the first one actually. So now let's try. Okay, 1 to 11. So now it will give the first 10 questions. Okay, this is great. Now we'll have to load these questions in the question page, right? Here in this page. So here we'll create a variable called number of questions count equal to let's say 10. And when I So we need one more thing called index. Question index. I will put it as question index. Initially it is 0, right? So which means that it will select the first item in the array. Okay, so this one. So gradually we will going to increment to 10 questions. So here category, let's add the variable question. What is the variable here? Questions, right? Questions of in the array. Let's look at this data, how it is structured. Okay, in order to get this one, if you click this one, it's 0 of 1. Similarly, if you go to the next one, it shows 1 of 2. So if we want to get this category, it is 0 of 1. So here it will be, so question 0 of category 1. So we'll make it dynamic later. So first see left if it is working or not. Now let's load the page. Okay, so the first category is general knowledge. So it should show general knowledge. Question is what is the capital of Australia, and these are the questions. If I select first one and submit it, we should see the answer here. Okay, this is great. Okay, once I submit this one, it has to reload the page, or it has to go to the next question. Okay, now we have to fetch the questions from the server side. So we have created a variable called questions now, and I'm writing a script to fetch the questions. Okay, let's log it and see if we are able to fetch it properly. Okay, I'm logging too early, so let's check now. Okay, great. So we're able to fetch it now. So I will change all these things now. So instead of doing this, I'll fetch it. I'll update it here as a function. Okay, I'll say update question. Category equal to document dot. So we're going to fit this category. Let's add the ID here. So once we fetch this one, category dot category dot text context equal to so this will be the category. Category space. Now we have a questions array, right? Questions of question index of 1. Okay, let's reload and see. One moment. Okay, I forgot to close the question here. So now we'll have to call the update question. Let's reload. It is showing blank. I forgot to add the bracket here. And this is text content. Okay, it is loading little late, that's all. So once this is done, we are going to increment the question index. Okay, so that once we click the submit button, it will load the second question. Similarly, we'll have to do the same for other items. So this ID is for question. Here we already have options. So let me remove this one. So here we already have options. So option ID. So it's fine. Okay, so the next category is question. So this one is okay. For each tag, these things are different. Sometimes it's inner HTML, inner text, etc. Okay, let's try this in the same way. So we don't need the question here. So instead it will be this one. Let's check it. Okay, fine, it is loading. Now option A, this will be 3. Option A. This is option B. Option C. and option D. Okay. Okay, fine, right? This is fine. Okay, so in that case we don't need this one anymore. Okay, so let's remove it so that it will save some loading time. Okay, the next step is when I click the submit button, it should go to the next question. So when I submit the answer here, if the so here if the question index is less than 9, okay, the question index is starting at 0. It shouldn't be more than 9. So 0 to 9 is 10, right? So it shouldn't be more than 10. If it is less than 10, then it will so it will load the new question. Okay, let's load it now. So we'll add a loading screen here because it is not looking good. This doesn't look good, right? So we'll add a loading screen. Okay, you see this? Submit something and it is showing to, it is opening the next question. Okay, one moment. So it is stuck. So, okay, let me try again. Okay, it has loaded the second question. It is not loading the third question. Okay, here we can do one thing. I'll add an input with value initially 0 and ID will be ID. Okay, whatever the question index, I want to put it here, and it will be read only and hidden. Okay, so it will not interrupt the UI. So what I will do is, so at the beginning, I will fetch the ID, variable ID equal to document dot element get element by ID, and ID will be ID again. So here whatever the ID we have, the question index will increment by 1. Okay, and at the end of the index we will put the ID dot value to the question index. So this way we will be able to retain the current question index. So otherwise it's going to lose the value that we already have. So every time when I click the function, it's going to load it as 0. So now what we are doing is, initially this will be, the value will be 0. Okay, so this question index will fetch that value. Okay, wait, so we need to put it as in integer. Okay, otherwise it will take it as string. Okay, now question index will increment by 1. So we don't need to store this value anymore. because we are storing it in a text input. And once it shows all the questions, it will again, the id will save the current question index. So when it starts with 0 here, it increments to 1, then it will save the value as 1. Similarly, this loop continues. Okay, so this should be value. I keep forgetting the small things. Okay, let me reload. Okay, so what is the planet? What planet is known as the red planet? Okay, so this is question 2. Okay, okay, now it is working fine, but the issue is it is not showing the first one. Okay, so what I'll do is okay, so first we'll load it to question index, then we'll increment it by 1, then we'll use it in the questionnaire. So let me remove this one, this is not read. So let me reload now. It should start from question 0. Okay, so this was the issue. I think it should be plus equal to. Sometimes I keep forgetting the small things. But anyways, this is done now. So I'm able to submit all the questions. So we need to fetch the ID as well, question ID as well. So let's do that. So when I submit it, it is submitting the ID. Option A. Option selected, and this is the ID we are passing, and save answer. Let's check this one. Okay, so here we made it mandatory 1. Let's remove this one. Okay, let's do the same thing that we have done here. So instead of getting the ID from here, okay, one moment. Okay, question ID is equal to okay, so this will give us the current not question index, this one should be id dot value of 0. Okay, so this will be question ID comma option selected. Okay, let me reload. Okay, great. So this one is question 1. Answer, it is not fetching. One moment. Okay, I understand this. Once I click submit, the ID here, the value here is, it will incremented by 1, right? So that's the issue. Okay, now let's see. Okay, excellent. The first question answer is Sydney. The second question answer is Venus. Third one is option D. So let's see. Okay, so what happens if I keep going to last question? So it has stopped here. The last question is about pop culture. What is the name of the first feature length? Who is the creator of? Okay. Okay, we need one more question. So this should be less than 10. Sorry. Okay, so now this is working, right? So I want to make few more modifications. So here, if at the beginning I want to show the loading screen. Okay, at the beginning I want to show the loading screen. I mean just a loading questions or something. Once the questions, we fetch the questions, then we'll going to change it. So for that, what I'll do is okay. So initially, okay. So let's see now. Initially, it should show just loading message. Okay, I'll put this here. Once the data is loaded, load page. Let me reload again. The recording was interrupted. Okay, so initially it shows loading screen. Now it shows the question. Okay, this is good, right? Let me copy this one so that we can use it for the loading screen also. What happened now? Um, okay. Okay, now it shows loading. So I can submit in all the questions. Okay, so we reached the last question now, and it should stop here. Like, it is still working, but it should stop here. Alright, so once it reaches question index 10, I would like to show a different screen. Like, so let's copy this one. Yeah, here it is. Okay, so once all the questions are done, then we are going to show the screen. Okay, let's keep going. It is not showing the next screen. Okay, the issue is okay, so so this is the issue. It has to okay, so here itself we will have to decrease the value. Okay, because in an array we have only 0 to 9, right? So it is not picking up. So here itself we will have to reduce the value so that this will work. Now let's see. Okay, done. Alright, so when I go to the next question, I would like to remove this selection. Okay, as of now it is showing some selection. I would like to remove that, reset the function. Okay, I'll create a new function, reset color to button. and selected ID, let's put it as blank. Okay, so reset button, when should I call it? When I update the question. So when I click next button, currently it is already selecting, choosing the previous option, right? So that should not happen. So when I select something, submit, it should reset like this. Okay. Okay, and there is one more issue here. If I don't select anything, it is still taking. That should not happen. I should select something. So if something is there in the selected question, only then it will go to next question. Okay, it is not moving. It will also not submit. Let me do one thing. Where is this one? Okay, it will not submit now. I'll have to select something, then click. It will go to next screen. Okay, so this is also done. Alright, so I think it's better we close it here. Tomorrow let's work on shuffling the questions, shuffling the answers, and also setting the timer. Right, so the purpose of the series, making series of videos, is that we'll have like short videos instead of having like 4 or 5 hours of video like I used to do earlier. Right, so let's stop it here. Tomorrow let's focus on categorizing, shuffling the questions, working on the timer, etc. like I said. And what else pending? We'll have to do the grading as well. Once the questions are done, we'll have to write a function to show the score of the team, of the member. If time permits, if you're still interested, then maybe we'll work on syncing everything at the same time. It's difficult on AppScript because it's slow. So once the question is, once everyone is done, only then it has to sync the question. Okay, something like that we have to do. In general multiplayer games, I think that's what happens, right? But here I will see, because AppScript is little slow. You must have already seen it takes some loading time. So that's the problem with AppScript. Okay, we'll see. Once we make progress in the next video, we'll see how to progress further. Alright, let's make some progress. So this is the 4th video of the tutorial on how to develop a trivia game with Google Sheets. So if you haven't already watched the previous videos, please watch them. So I have provided the playlist in the description. So once you watch them, then you will be able to follow this one. Okay, so in this video we are going to work on these items. So we are going to create a score, a leaderboard. As of now we did not fetch the timer from the sheet, so we are going to do that. Similarly with the question count, we are not fetching it from the sheet. We are not randomizing the questions, we are not randomizing the answers. And also one more thing, for the admin, we should remove the option of clicking the question and answer. So they should be able to observe things, so they cannot participate in the quiz, right? So we'll work on these in this video. The rest we can do it in the next video. So the first thing is score. So here we are submitting the answer options. I would like to change that. Instead of options, we'll directly submit the answer text, and we will match that with the question here. and based on that we'll give the points. I'll create one more column called points. If the answer is correct, they will get 1 point. So we'll sum that up and give the score. Okay, so the first step is let's do the score, then we'll do other things. Okay, so for this button we have linked the function submit answer. This is the one, right? So we are going to submit the text, the answer instead of ID. So here we are already saving option selected. So when I click any button, any answer, if I click that on answer, so we are setting the color of the button and we are also saving the value to option selected. So we are going to pass this information instead of the ID. So the quest ID, and we are passing the option selected as well. Okay, so if I click this one, so it will save the value as option C. So in order to get the text in option C, let's write one more line. Option selected value maybe. Okay, document dot get element by ID and option selected. Let's put this here. Now it should save the answer. Let's reload. Okay, so we need to add inner text. Okay, this is good. So here we are fetching the value in that option and we are passing to the backend, which is Google Sheet. Okay, this is good. Now once we submit the answers and once the quiz is over, like we answered all the questions, then we are going to fetch the score. So this is where we are going to show the game over, right? So this is where we are going to fetch the score as well. Okay, let's add a simple placeholder. Later we can change it. Your score is. Okay, we are going to put the score here. As we are saving the answer and we are sending the data to backend, let's calculate the score here and we'll pass it to the front end so that it will be easy for us to display the score instead of doing all the calculations on front end. It's better to do it here in this function itself. So here we are calling this function save answer, right? So I want to calculate the score here. Calculate score. We have to calculate from the quiz screen. So the sheet name is sheet_quiz. So let's create a variable called data is equal to sheet_quiz get data range get display values. Now we need to filter the data. So I want to pick only the data with my email ID. Data filtered is equal to data dot filter if x of, so this is 0 based index. In array it starts from 0. So let's consider column A as 0, column B as 1 and column C as 2. So x of 2 is equal to email ID. Let's log it and see if it is working. Okay, this is great. Now I want to calculate all the points here. If I add 1, it should show 1. So it has to sum all the values. Okay, now let's loop through the data filtered array, and we just need to sum the points gained. Okay, here we'll add again x of 4. Okay, we need to, let's add one variable called score, and score equal to score plus x of 4. Now let's log it and see. It is showing 0 1, which means this is considering as a string, but we need it as a number. So let's parse it into int. Now let's try. Okay, great. So if I add few items here, 0 1 0, so we should get the answer as 2. Okay, great. So this is working, and we'll return score. Here in the save answer, we are going to fetch the score from this function, and we are going to return it to the front end. Before that, let's log it once to see if it is working. Okay, let's disable this one and try. Okay. Okay, this is fine. So when I submit the answer, I want the system or the program to calculate the points. So if this answer is right or wrong, so I want the system to calculate that and add the points here, so that we can calculate the score later. Okay, as of now we are not doing that. As of now we are simply appending the row based on the data submitted from the front end. Let's create one more function. Check answer is right. The function check answer. Okay, let's pass the row. So I want to pass the last row. So we haven't created the last row variable for this sheet. So let's create that. Let sheet underscore quiz underscore last row underscore sheet underscore quiz equal to sheet underscore quiz dot last row. Okay, we'll store that value, but also we shall call it here and we are going to pass that to this function. Okay, the reason is multiple people submit the answers, right? So if we take the last row in this function, before calling the function someone must have added the answer and we'll get the wrong calculation. So before calling the function, we are going to check the last row and we are going to pass it to that answer. Now I want to check the point. In check answer, now we have the row, which row it is, and we are going to check whether this answer is right or wrong. Let's say the IDs, constant ID equal to, or let's do it this way, answer ID is equal to sheet quiz dot get range row comma column which is 1 and get value. Again const ID answer answer equal to same thing, let's copy paste. Here it will be 2. Okay, so for now let's put the row as 4 to test it whether it is working correctly or not. The last one is check answer, right? Let's run this function. Okay, one moment, I forgot to log it. This will be answer ID and this will be answer. Okay, great. Now we have the question ID. I am calling it as answer ID, but with this ID we are going to pick it from here and check if it is in the option A or not. So if it is in the option A, that means it is a right answer. If not, it's wrong answer. Right answer. Dot create text finder. So the text finder is answer ID. Okay, one moment, we need to let's set a range as well, otherwise it's going to search all the sheet. So get range A1 to A and find next. I think we got a match. So here what we need to do, we need to get the ID, index ID of this row. So basically what we are doing is, so first we are getting this ID and the answer, and we are searching in the questions which row is this ID. In this example the ID is 1 and it is in row 2, and we are going to fetch this answer from row 2 and check if it is the same answer which the user has submitted. If yes, we are going to give 1 point, else we are going to set the point as 0. Get row index. Okay, now let's run it again. Okay, now we got the row index which is 2. Now we need to get the right answer. So let's rename this to right answer index. Now we need to get the right answer. Sheet quiz dot get range of right index, this will be the row, and the column will be 1 2 3 4. Okay, so this is not an array, so it will be starting from column 1. If it is an array, it will be from 0. Dot get value. Okay, let's check the right answer. Yeah, now let's check it. Okay, one moment. Sorry, my mistake. So this should be sheet underscore question. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's add a last row for this one as well, for the questions sheet. So this will be sheet underscore questions. Okay, let's fetch this again. Where is answer? Yep. Okay, let's pass this also. Okay, now instead of A is to A, instead of searching the whole sheet, let's put this so that we'll have a limited search range. Actually, this should be from 2. So let's manually give the last row, set it as 5 or 6 something. Okay, let's put it as 5 for now. We just want this function to be working first, then we'll link it to the main function. Okay, this is fine. Okay, now let's check if the answer is right. If it is right, then we are going to set the point as 1, else it will be 0. Okay, so the answer is right. So it has returned as 1. Okay, if not, then we'll return as 0. And we'll put the points here. After timestamp, we are going to put the points here. So once the points are added to this column, then we are going to calculate it. So this function is already there. And once we add the score, we are going to show it in the front end. Okay, here. So let's add a success handler. Let's create a variable called score. Initially it will be 0. Data. Let's put the score to data, and here we'll add the score. Okay, let's see how it works. The first step is it should submit the answer here with the points. Okay, it is adding the points, but the problem is it is returning 1 as if it's the right answer. This is my mistake. We have to remove these. Okay, let's try again. Okay, the first answer, let's submit. We should get the points as 0. Okay, we made a mistake here. We do not have the data until we save this information, right? So that's a terrible mistake. So we already have that information here, the ID and option. So let's just pass those things Okay, ID and answer. So we don't need these two as well. So we can directly add ID. Okay, let's try now. Okay, submitted the answer. Okay, no error. Okay, great. So let's try the next one. Which planet is known as the red planet? Mars. Okay, great. Now we have the answer submitting properly. Now we can add the score. So we are already returning the score. Let's finish this quiz and see if we get the right answers. I mean, if we get the score correctly or not. As of now, we did not randomize the order, right? So still the first one is the right answer. I'm just randomly doing. Okay, game over. Thank you for playing. Your score is 0, which means the score did not work. Let's check the issue. So we should get 5. Okay, calculate score. Okay, let's remove these. Let's run this function and see. Calculate score. We should get 5. I forgot to log it. Okay, it is returning correctly. So we put this value in score. Okay, then there is an issue here on the front end itself. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's separate this part into a different function. Okay, so we'll add a function. Okay, well, let's put this in here and we'll call this function. Okay, let's try again now. Okay, great. Yeah, my score is 7. Okay, that was the issue. Earlier the data was not available, the score value is not available. Even before that we were calling this block. So what we have done is, now only after the score is available, we are going to call this block. So for that we have created the function. So now this is done. So we'll go to the next one. I would like to do this next. Fetch the timer and the question count. We'll do the leaderboard later, sometime later. Okay, now in the settings we have the number of questions and the timer. So let's fetch this and pass it to the front end. Okay, so timer is equal to sheet underscore settings, get range. This is B1. Dot get value. Oh, sorry, this is for questions, so this will be B2. And for the questions, this will be B1. Okay, so here instead of 11 we are going to put it as questions plus 1. So let's put the questions as 2 for now. Let's see what happens. Okay, the next question in the front end we manually gave as 10. Yeah, we have set it to 10, so this is wrong. So we have to create one more variable here, and we need, yeah, the variable is already created, question count. We need to update this one. So when we get the questions, let's also get the question count. Okay, so we are passing the questions as well now, the count of questions. Now the questions will be data of 0. Questions count will be data of 1. Okay, great. Okay, so the number of questions is fixed. I mean, we are fetching it from the sheet. So now it is little slow, so I would like to change something. So here we are calling the function, right, with the success handler. So this one. So what we will do is, let's copy this one, paste it here. So if the question is less than the question count, which means if the current index, it will start from 0, right, 0 1 2 3. Yeah, so if the question index is less than the question count, we are going to update this anyways, so we don't need this in the function. So I will remove this one. So the success handler only updates the score when the question index is equal to the question count. Okay, let's check now. Now this should be little fast. I mean, after submitting the answer. Okay, now here it will be little slow. Okay, fine, right? We can do optimization later if required, but for now this one is also done. The score is done. Let's see if we have strike off. We don't have. Okay, fine. Score is done, fetch timer is done. I want to fetch question is done. I want to fetch the timer as well. Anyways, for now we don't have timer enabled, but I just want to pass it to the front end. So let's see, where did we put it? Yeah, here. Let timer is equal to 0. Let's pass it with the questions itself. Okay. And we'll set the timer is equal to data of 2. So this will be the timer. So what's the timer here? It's 5, right? Now we have to see 5. Okay, great. Alright, so this one is also done. We need to randomize questions, we need to randomize options. So these two are little easier than leaderboard. So we'll finish these next. So in this code, code.gs. So we are passing the questions. So in data we have questions, right? Let's simply shuffle that. For I equal to data minus 1, I is greater than 0, I minus minus, so we are going to decrease the value of I. So let's take one more variable, let's call it as j. So this is a very famous array shuffle, you can easily google it and find it. So we'll do math of floor, I'll explain it to you in a bit. Math.random into I plus 1. Okay, let's log it, log j and see how it comes. Okay, then I'll explain it to you. Data.length. Okay, so let's see now. Okay, so until the data has the, it loops through the whole data, like a number of rows we have in the questions. Okay, total we have 25 questions, so it loops 25 times, and this will create a random value from 0 to this I value. So from 0 to I plus 1 at the beginning is 25, so it has generated 24, and the I keeps decreasing, right, the I value. So the next one is 23, then 22, 21. So likewise it creates random values. So once it creates the random values, it will remove the decimal. So if we don't have this one, we will get the things in decimal. If I run this one, you will see the values in decimal. So I have to add math.floor so that it will decrease the value. It will set the lowest value. So here you will see 12.14, right? So this will set to 12. The next one 3.89. So this will set to 3. So that is how it works. Now the next step is for the data of I. So we'll create a 2D array now and we'll swap the values. Data I has the old value, data of j has new value, which is equal to data of j comma data of I. Now let's log data and see how it looks like. Okay, instead of constant, let's put this to variable. Okay, so here we have to set it to variable. Okay, so let's put this here out of the loop. Okay, this did not randomize. Okay, I think it's a syntax error. Okay, let's see now. Okay, now it is randomized. I think the header is included in this one. We'll have to remove the header. Okay, let's see, yeah. So even header is included. Let's remove the header. Let's set data equal to data.slice 1. So the first row will be removed. Okay, now in the data final we don't need to slice this one, so we can remove this one now. Now let's run it and see. Okay, we'll fix that later, but let's see if the header is included now. No, right? Okay, this is great. So instead of data, let's put the, instead of data final, let's put the data itself. Okay, now let's reload and see. Okay, this is great. What sport you perform, I don't know. Okay, something went wrong. I did not submit the second answer, but the question random is working fine. Let's reload and try again. Okay, William Root. So this one, okay. Okay, now I understood the issue, but the random is done. Randomizing questions is done. Fetching question count is done. Fetching timer is done. Fetching the calculating score is also done. So here we have to make it, I think this is what we have to do. Okay, let's try it and see again. I will explain it to you what is the issue. Let me just check it first. It has to allow 2 questions. Okay, great. So now let's try this one. Okay, now I understood. So here we are calling this function, right? We are calling this function, right? Next question, score. So here without validation we are doing that. So instead of putting this here, let's put this here. Okay, now let's reload and see. Okay, this is great. Again, let me try one more time just to be on safe side. I will explain it to you once again. Okay, now it went to busy. Let's see. Okay, so the issue is we have added the success handler and we are checking this question whether the next question should be appeared or not. So in the with the success handler we are checking if this value, the score should be visible or not. So this we have to check when the next question index, the question index is equal to the question count. So even after pressing the answer, submitting the answer, because we have success handler, this happens a little slow and it is going to call this function again. But at that time, by the time we are adding the question number, the question index, we are incrementing the value. So we are calling this one, and by the time we got the success handler, the question number has already incremented. So that is why it is showing the game over screen. So we need to fix this one. What we'll do is, let's create another variable called game over. Initially it will be false. So here I'll set else, set game over is equal to true. And here let's check this one. If it is only a game over, then we'll call the next question. Instead of next question, let's rename it to game over. We'll call this function called game over. Now let's see. Okay, I have submitted this one. It went to busy. Let's wait until it is idle. Okay, it did not go to game over screen. Now let's submit another answer. It went to busy. Okay, great. Now this is fixed. Okay, now my score is 4. Okay, my score is 4 and it is showing 4. Okay, excellent. So the next step is let's randomize the options, then we'll work on the other items. Let me save this. So this is where we are randomizing the questions, right? So I don't want to disturb what we have done already. Instead, let's go to here. Let's randomize this part. Okay, so the options will be shuffled. Let's create an array called options. Let's see this in the array. Okay, now let's use the same function what we did before. Let's copy paste it here. Instead of data, this will be options. Okay, now instead of question index, this is going to be options and the index will start from 0. Okay, let's try now. Okay, so the options are not coming. One moment. $77. Okay. Sorry, we have to remove this one. It should be options of the array index. Okay, so let's check this question. In what sport would you perform a slam dunk? I don't know what it means. So I generated these questions in ChatGPT or something. Okay, so what sport? Okay, let's search for this one. So the order is basketball, football, tennis, baseball. Baseball, but okay, it is randomized now. Let's submit. What does RAM stand in computing? So let's check the order again. Random access memory, random access. Okay, read access memory, random access, read access, random active. Okay, this is also shuffled. Okay, let's go to the next question. Okay, great. I would like to try one more time just to be sure it is working fine. And also let's increase the number of questions to 5 so that we can test it properly. What is the national sport of Japan? Again, let's check here. Sumo wrestling. Okay. Okay, this is completely randomized now. Okay, great. So these are done. Next I want to work on the leaderboard. I want to check if everyone has finished the game. I want to show the scores of everyone on the screen. So once I reach the game over screen, I would like to see my score as well as my teammates, all the people score. And as for the admin should not be able to play the game. They only see the leaderboard screen. When I start the game, on the screen I have to see people score on real time, and it will keep updating and ranking them by their score. So if once all have completed their game or finished all the questions, then it should show the game is over, even for the admin. Okay, so in order to do that, we need to first finish the leaderboard, then we'll work on the admin. Okay, let's do that now. Let's work on the leaderboard. Let's edit the existing function calculate score. So we have to get the answer submitted by the users and sum them and get the rank. Okay, so I'll create a new item called leaderboard. Now we'll do data dot for each row comma index. If the index is 0, so we will return, because we don't need the header, and get the email of row of 2, 0, 1, 2, right? So email, we'll get the email here, then score will be, we need to convert it into int, parse int. Now we need to check if the leaderboard has the email. Okay, if it doesn't have the email, initially we'll set it to 0. Then we will increment it with the score value. So if it is 0, then it will add 0. If it is 1, then it will add 1. So likewise it's going to increase the value of the score for that email in the leaderboard. Let's log it and see how it looks like. Okay, so you can see the email and its respective score. So it is logging multiple times because the logger is added in the loop. So let's see now. Okay, great. So for temporary basis, I will add another email here. Let's see how it looks like. Okay, this is great. Now we need to rank them from top to bottom by score. So now we have done Now we are getting the scores of each email. Let's sort it by score. So first we need to convert this into an array, then we'll sort it, then we'll send it to the front end. Ranking equal to object.entries of leaderboard map. So this one will convert into an array. So the first one is email, right? The second one is score. Email comma score. Okay, now let's sort it. A comma B, you can add X, Y also, it's up to you. B minus score, sorry, B dot score, A dot score. So this will help us to sort the emails in descending order based on score. So this will give us the ranking. So let's log the ranking instead of leaderboard. So here I will set few items. Let's do one thing. I will add more score to the second one so that we will know that if it is sorting or not. Let's call the function and let's see how it is working. Okay, so it has sorted. So this is what we need. So we are going to send it to the front end and display it. So here instead of showing my email, I would like to say as you. Okay, so instead of email, I would like to display it as you. So if the email is equal to my email, then we'll set the text as you. Okay, we'll change that now. Okay, so if email is equal to my email, then we'll call the email as you. Okay, let's run it and see again. Okay, great. So if in the front end, instead of showing my email, I will show this word you. When I'm searching for my score or ranking, so it will be easy for me to recognize it because it has a different text compared to other text. So other texts are emails, whereas mine is the word you, right? So this is good. So now we'll have to show it in the front end. Let's go to the game over. Yeah, in the quiz, right? So here I would like to add the table. So here instead of showing your score is let me add a table here. Table P head next we need to add PR now TH. So here it will be rank. Next is email. Next is score. So after TH, let's put T body, but this will be blank. We are going to add this dynamically. Okay, now the next step is we'll have to display the score now, the leaderboard. So here, let me remove this one. So we have to return ranking, right? So here also we are receiving the game over data, which is nothing but the leaderboard data. So earlier we used to receive the score, my score. Now we are receiving the leaderboard data. So the data is nothing but the leaderboard data. So let me add a few lines of code so that we can render the leaderboard. First let me create an ID here. I'll call it as leaderboard. Now we need to create a constant. We call it as tBody. So document dot get element by query selector leaderboard tBody. So we are picking the leaderboard and this tag tBody. So we are going to add all the table rows into tBody and we will put it here. Okay, we'll do that. So instead of constant, let's do a variable. I forgot that we are going to edit this one. So score for each row comma index. We'll have to create a new row. Let new row equal to document dot create element which is tr. In our HTML, we backticks tBody index +1 row dot email row dot score. After this we need to append it to tBody, append child new row. Okay, so this one is leaderboard. The spelling is wrong. So what else? Let's check it before we reload, because the score is not required anymore. We'll remove that. And this should be doing after this one. Okay, so because it is not available at the time of when we run the function at the beginning, right? So we need to render this one first, then we are going to insert the data, the content into which is already rendered. Okay, let's try now. Okay, so there is an error. Okay, so this one is spelling mistake again. Okay, let's reload again. Let's try. Okay, there is no error now, but this is not rendering. Let's check the issue. This is the issue. So this should be new row, not row. Okay, now let's try this. This should work now. Alright, so this is good. See, you can see your name. I mean, instead of email ID, you can see your, it shows that you, the word you. Okay, this is great. Let's format it a little bit and we can move to the next item. So everything is in this functional. Okay, great. So here we'll put a gap of maybe 10 and the later port looks too congested, right? So let's add a little padding. Same here to the header also. So let's reduce the number of questions. Maybe I'll put only one or maybe two, just for testing purpose. I don't want to redo all the questions every time. Why we are getting okay, here we have extra arrow for the score. Okay, this looks better, right? Game over. Thank you for playing. Let's do one thing. Let's place thank you for playing at the last. Okay, we'll put it here. Game over. Let's add a little big letters. Maybe let's put it as 2XL. Thank you for playing. Also maybe we'll put as XL. Okay, thank you for playing is too big. And game over, let's make it semi bold. Also table, we can make it a little big, because if we have bigger content like lots of people playing, then I don't want to people keep scrolling to the bottom, right? So I want to have a fixed width, or maybe let's do one thing. I will put it to the 3/4 of the screen height. Okay, it's throwing an error. Okay, so this is looking better, right? Alright, so we are done with this. The next one is we need to work on the admin. With this we can conclude this video. Anything else we can take care of it in the next video. So mostly we are done. The only concern I have is about real-time sync. So that's the only concern I have, how to handle it, because in Sheets it's little slow. Maybe we will allow people to finish their quiz, and we'll check if everyone has finished the quiz or not, and display the score. That is one way to do it. Or else we can sync the timer. Oh, I forgot. We're not using the timer as of now. We're just loading it, but we need to reduce the timer here. So for every 5 seconds, it has to automatically switch to next question. So this we forgot. Okay, we'll do that now. And the other way of doing is we'll sync the timer in all the screens, like it will be the same. But that's a difficult one because Google Sheets, it's little slow. Like I said, it has to save the data in backend, and again it has to fetch back, so that it will take like few moments, like some fraction of seconds. So there will be like incorrect time sync. So I'm not sure if we can take that risk, or maybe we'll just leave it as this, because everyone will start the game almost at the same time, because the admin is the one who starts the game, right? So once they click start, everyone's screen will turn to quiz screen, and everyone will have the same timer. So we'll just keep moving forward until the game is over, right? I think let's stick to that. That should simplify things a lot. Okay, so the other one we left out is timer to switch question. Okay, so this one is pending. So these two we're going to work on it now. So let's finish the timer thing first, then we'll finish the admin. Now let's work on the timer. So when the countdown comes to 0, we have to switch question, or we have to take them to the game over. Then we'll work on the admin. So here, this is the function update question. This is the function that shows the question and answers, right? So we just need to call this function every 5 seconds, or whatever timer we have set here. So in the settings we see 5, right? So I want to save the timer first. So here the timer will be set to whatever we have in the sheet. Then let's create one more variable called countdown. Let's put it to 0. So every time when there is a new question, we are going to set the countdown to timer. Let's create a function for this one. We'll call it as set countdown or something. And if the countdown is greater than 0, then we'll decrement the countdown by 1. Else, if countdown is equal to 0, then we'll call this function update question. And we need to do this every second, right? So we'll use set interval countdown, and it will be like every second. Let's also set a log so that we'll know if it is working or not. So here it should be space between else if. Okay, now you can see countdown function is running every second, and the question is also moving to the next one. Okay, this is good. What is this issue? Okay, that's okay. We'll check that later. Now we need to create one more variable. Let's call it as timer element. Initially it will be blank. Then we are going to set this element to the timer ID, the timer element. by the ID. Right, and also let's put this one set interval here so that it will run only when the page loads. Okay, let's check now. Okay, the timer is not, the countdown is not working. Let me check one moment. Okay, because I did not set it, set the element. So the timer element dot text context is equal to countdown. Okay, now let's see. Okay, great, it is working. Fine. So once we are done with the questions, it should show the game over screen. So in this case, it might not show because, yeah, it won't show actually because we haven't set the if else condition. So let's add that. Let's simply copy this one. Let's add it here. So if the question index is less than questions count, then we are going to update the question. Else we are going to call the game over. So in this function we are submitting the answer, then we are getting the score back, the ranking back, but we don't have the same functionality here. So we'll have to manually, I will have to create one more function to call the game over screen. So let's go to code.js. So here we are using calculate score, so we can use the same function, and here we are using save answer and we are getting the score here. So similarly we are going to create one more function now. I'll call it as get score for game over. It's simple. We'll just call this function calculate score and we'll return the score. That's all. So in the front end we are going to call this function. So google dot a script dot run I'm sorry, wait, I keep forgetting, run dot with success handler. We are going to call this function. Okay, and this function seems to be within the submit answer function. Let's put it outside, but for now let's add this one. So game over. Okay, let's simply copy this function and paste it here, and we will put the game over function out of this function, the answer submit answer function. Okay, so this will be independent now. Okay, I'll call it, let's add a comment called show the ranking. Okay, so this is keep on going to the next question. Alright, so let's reload and see. Okay, okay, great, this is what we want. Okay, so let's remove some logs. Okay, let's remove this one countdown, we don't need it anymore. Okay, so now the countdown is also done. Now the next one is admin. So with this we'll going to do a final test and see if everything is working fine, and if needed we'll do another video, but I think we can conclude it here. But if you want more features, let me know. I think for any office or any college or school kind of environment, if you conduct any quiz, I think this would be sufficient. We can also do teams, like you can club like few people into one team, and we can have a one common screen for all the team members. So that is also possible. But if you are interested, I will do it. Anyways, I did not get much response for this tutorial series. So if you are interested, then I will do it. Else we can conclude with this video. Okay, now in the question, so this is the body, right? So here, if I am an admin, I don't want to load the questionnaire at all. Okay, this page I don't want to load at all. So let's do one thing. So I'll put this in, create a new div. Okay, I'll add this one here. So let's add a if condition. If what is the variable for to check the role? So the role, I think it's in employee. Sorry, I forgot. One moment. Yeah, this one, user details dot role is equal to, yeah, let's simply copy this one. Okay, so I'll add one more div here. For now I'll add a text. The quiz is going on. Wait to see the results. So I will close the bracket here and put an else condition. So if it else, then this block will run. So if I am admin, it will run this block. If not, it will run this block. If I am admin, run this block. If not, run this block. Okay, I'll close the bracket here. Okay, let's reload and see. The quiz is going on, wait to see the results. Correct, this is what we want. Okay, I will add this class so that it will sit at the center. Okay, this is fine now. So the admin will not be able to engage in the quiz, but I want to check if the quiz has ended or not, or maybe I can also get the real-time results. So I can use this function, right? I can use this function and show the admin the ranking, the live ranking. So for this, I'll create one more ID. I'll set the ID as admin. I'll create a function for admin now. For admin, function admin. Let's simply call this function. We can make modifications later. I'll simply call this function. And I will also set an interval. Admin, like for every 3 seconds. As you know, app script is little slow, so it's not good to fetch the data from the sheet every second. So I am setting it to 3 seconds. If not, we'll set it to 5 seconds. But let's see how it works. Oh, okay. One moment. Let's put this function here. On load. Call this function admin. Okay, score is not defined. Okay, one moment. Okay, made a mistake. So here we need to call this function, right? Okay, so google dot script dot run with success handler. Okay, this function, and we are going to use the existing one, this one. Let's simply copy paste. And we don't need the condition if game over, as it's an admin, they can check the score in real time. Okay, let's reload and see now. Okay, I can see it is calling the function, but it is not working. The reason is it is getting the ID as load. We need to change that. I will pass the ID here. I'll call it as element ID. And I'll pass the ID here. The ID is admin, right? Okay, so we need to do the same wherever we are calling this function. So here it is load. Same here, it is load. I think 3 seconds is too much. Maybe we'll set it to 5 seconds. Okay, great. Excellent. So let's set it to 5 seconds, guys. I think 3 seconds seems to be too much. Okay, let's set to 5 seconds. And the message here, thank you for playing and game over. I think these things should be displayed only for the contestant, right? For admin we have to display different message. So let's create a new variable. I'll call it as title. Okay, so if element ID is equal to admin, let's copy this one, paste it here. So if it is admin, then I will say results. Okay, else I will say game over, and I will put the title here. Similarly, I will create one more thing. Okay, maybe I will call it as end title. So for the admin, I will say thank you for maybe organizing. And for the contestant, I will say playing. So this one will be entitled. Okay, let's reload and see now. Okay, thank you for organizing results. Okay, this is great. So let's play the game with like 4 people. 1 person will be the admin and 3 people will be the players. Okay, so let's see how it works. I want to check all the functionality now. So if everything is fine, then we'll include one final feature, which is to detect the game over. Okay, whether every player has finished the game. So we need to detect that, and we will conclude the tutorial. Okay, let me clear everything. Number of questions I will put it to 5. Team I will add one more guy. Okay, and we need one more guy. Okay, we are going to try this now with 4 accounts. Okay, I have set up the 4 accounts now. 1, 2, 3. The third one is the admin, and rest all are the members. So let's chat now. Let's see how it works. Okay, so chat is working. Let me also respond. Okay, so I got a response. For having me here. Okay, good. We got 3 responses, but for some reason I did not get the response from window 4. Let's try again. Okay, fine, I got the response. Okay, I see. Okay, this is the problem with browser, so it's a common thing. I think to save the resources or something, browsers disable any activities until you enable them. Anyways, now we know that it is working on all the screens. Let's start the game. So this should update the setting as yes. Okay, great. But for some reason it is not updating in the member screens. Let's check the issue. So when the admin presses start game, okay, we have added the function for the admin, but we did not add the function for other people. Okay, I think that's the issue. So let's create a function for the members, so that we check like every few seconds if the game has started. This is set to yes or no. If it is set to yes, we will take the user to the next screen, which is the game screen. Okay, so function check game started. So google.script.run with success handler. So we haven't created the backend script yet. We'll do that, but for now let's add this one. So we'll check the status. Okay, and if the status is yes, then we will redirect them to the next screen. On the back end also we have to create one more function. Check if game started. So we'll create a constant called status equal to sheet underscore settings dot get range. So this is before, right? So before dot get value and we will return status. So here we'll have to put the backend function called check if game started. Okay, this is great. So but we need to run this function like for every few seconds. So for that, let's set the time interval. Game started 3 seconds. So every 3 seconds it's going to check if the game is started. If yes, it will take us to the next screen. Okay, let's start the game. Okay, so the pages are refreshing, but it is little slow. Okay, I'll just start answering the questions. Okay, so this is the issue, guys, with the app script. So if you're okay with this delay, then it should be fine, because it's free and you can handle it like however you want. You can make modifications, you have the flexibility, right? Okay, thanks for organizing. This shows results and this says game over. Okay, amazing. So it is working as expected, but it has a little delay. That's the only issue. Other than that, it is working fine. So the last thing I would like to do is I would like to check if everyone has finished their game. If yes, then I would like to say it is game over, or else I would like to show the status like how many people have finished it. Out of 3 people, how many people finished it? Okay, I want to show it on all the screens. Then we will know that everyone has completed their quiz. Okay, let's go back to the main sheet. So what I want to do is, so here in the team I will add one more thing called status. So here we will set it as finished. So for admin we don't need, but for members we will set it as finish. So where is the score? The ranking, yes. So in the ranking, anyways we are checking if like every 3 seconds, right? So we are going to include it in the same function so that we can check every 3 seconds whether people have finished it or not. Okay, we are doing this only for admin, like for every 5 seconds we are getting the score. We'll do that for members as well, but we'll do it indifferently. So once they reach the game over screen, which is here, so once they reach the game over screen, only then we will try to fetch it every 5 seconds, and if everyone has finished it, then we'll stop fetching it. Okay, so this will help us to get the live score. Okay, so in the score itself, let's check what we did. So if I run the calculate score, okay, sorry, I forgot to log it. Okay, so this is what we are doing. Here I would like to add one more object called finished. So which is we are going to check if everyone has finished or not. So let's create one more function, sorry, one more loop here. Let's create two variables. Total members is equal to 0 and finished members. So finished members in the sense, so this will be how many people have finished the quiz. So here itself in this loop we are going to increment the numbers. So here the role, if it is admin, then we won't increment it, but if it is the role is a member, then we will increment it. Okay, let's create one more loop where we will increment these numbers. So here I'll create one more variable called, instead of data, let's call it as team. So this picks up the data from sheet team. Okay, team dot for each, same thing we are going to do. So row comma index, if index is 0, then we will stop. Now we will check if the role is admin or member. If row of 2 is equal to member, or let's do one thing, is equal to admin, then we will return. Else we will increment total members by 1. Okay, now if row 3 is equal to finished, then we will increment finished members by 1. Okay, so let's run this now. Let me set the logs, total members comma finished members. Okay, total members it is showing as 3 and finished members is 0 because the status is blank. So now we have to see it as 1. Okay, excellent. So let's include these two variables and pass it to the front end. Okay, now we need to do some changes on the front end also. So as of now we are simply using the ranking. Right now it is a array, so now we can't use that. We have to give the index. So when I submit the answer, it checks for game over, and where is it setting it? So this is title, this is end. Okay, so this is what it returns, score. So here we'll have to set it to 0 so that it will get the ranks. Okay, now it is working fine. Earlier it did not work, right? We just need to add this one, and I would like to add one more text here. Okay, we'll add a p tag. Members finish the game. So here we are going to add this one. Total members, finished members. Okay, total members is 1. So finished members by total members, right? So now when I refresh, it should show 1 by 2, sorry 1 by 3. Okay, so finished members finish the game 1 by 3. Okay, so similar thing we have to display for the members as well. Okay, so this game over thing should be called like every 5 seconds. So when I submit answer, it checks for game over, and if it is game over, it is calling this one, right? So what I want to do is, instead I would like to create a interval. Yeah, this one. Like set interval, and we'll create something similar for the member as well. So now I would like to call this game over function like in periodically. Okay, so what we are doing for the admin, let's do the same for the members as well. So for the member, when I submit the answer, we are going to call this one, right? So this is the member section. Okay, let's call this function. I will put this here. Instead of admin, I will say member. The function will also be member. Okay, instead of all these things, I will simply call game over. Okay, sorry, we need this one. So this will be member, and this function will also be member. So okay, so same thing we are doing like what we did for the admin, and we don't need this game over anymore. So when the member have submitted the answer, it will check if it is game over, and if it is game over, then it will call this function like every 5 seconds, and to know that the people have completed the game, and if they have finished it, then it will keep updating the status on the front end. Okay, let's check now. Okay, so we'll reload every page now. Okay, this is the admin page. Okay, so all screens are reloading. I'm just selecting random answers, so I may not be able to select answers in every screen. So it's like 5 seconds seems to be fast to handle 3 screens. Okay, so everything is in the same page. Let's change the finish status here now. Let's see what happens. Okay, so this has changed to 2 by 3, 2 by 3, 2 by 3. Let's set the last one also. Okay, now it's okay. Excellent. So this is what we need. And one final thing I would like to do is I want to set the status to finished when I completed the game. So as of now I set it to manually, right? So here in this function save answer itself, we can add one more variable that if they have finished the game, we will update the team sheet as finished. Okay, let's remove this one now. So in the quiz, when I submit it, there is this function submit answer. So we'll just pass this one game over. So game over is true or false, right? And we have a new variable called game over. And if it is game over, this one is true, then we are going to update this team status as finished. So in order to do that, we need to get the row of the email ID, right? So here if my email ID is the first one or second one, I need to know which row it is. So without that we cannot know, right? So I will set it as row index equal to sheet underscore team dot get range. So I would like to get search only in this range. I don't want to search the whole sheet. So I will set it to B2 to B, create text finder, and the text is email, which is my email, dot find next dot get row index. Okay, so for temporary being, let's set the game over to true, and let's call this function save answer. Wait, sorry, I forgot to log this one, and also it seems to be like we got an error. For now, let's disable all these things. First, let's test if this works. Okay, it says my ID is 2, the row number is 2, which is correct. Okay, which is correct. And now I would like to set this one, the status as finished. Okay, sheet team dot get range of C row index dot set value as finished. Okay, now let's run it and see. Oh, sorry, it should be D. Okay, okay, correct. Now let's put this back. Remove the game over is equal to true. Okay, now let's try again. Now everything should be automatic. Okay, so let's do one final test. Oh, sorry, wait a moment. Sorry, I need to reset this one. Start game. Okay, let's run one final test of everything because we are close to completion. Okay, what are you saying? This guy said yes, yes. So this guy is asking, what are you saying? This guy is laughing. And the admin says, guys, stop it. We are going to start the game now. Get ready. Okay, excellent. The chat is working fine. Now let's go to the questions. I mean the quiz. Okay, now every page is loading now. Okay, let's see. Okay, did not submit. The reason is the game hour is set to true here. I forgot to log the game hour. So maybe it is not sending the game hour to the front end. I mean to the back end. Okay, let's quickly log it and see. Okay, let's only reload one screen. Okay, now let's see how it is logging. So we need to go to script.google.com. So you'll go to the script main page and here you will see my executions. This one, right? Submit answer. So here it is saying game hour is false. Okay, so here because it is setting the game hour to true later. Okay, got it. So at this moment the game hour is false because it is being set to true here after we submit the answer. Okay, let's move this to top so that first this will check, then it will update the game hour. Okay, again I will only check the first one. Okay, excellent. Okay, you can see the number is also updated. Okay, it was a silly mistake, but we have fixed it. Okay, I want to run one last test. I'm just adding random answers. Okay, so members finish the game 3 by 3. Okay, everything is working perfectly fine. We can conclude the video here. I don't want to prolong this any further, so I think we can conclude the tutorial here itself with this video. But there is one thing we can do. We can add teams. So if you are interested, I will do it. If not, then I'll stop it here, because at this point of time when I made this video, I did not get much response from the people like I used to get for other videos. So I'm not sure if how many people are interested. If you want me to add any more features, or if you ran into some issues, if you need any help, you can contact me on my Discord server. I'll provide the link in the description. I would like to give an update on my next video. So currently I'm developing a HRM software and I would like to give away for free. So it's still in initial phases. So it has a work log, a timer which will automatically records your time, and it will also give you the timesheet, like how many hours you have spent every day by employee, by project. So I have used some HRM softwares before. They are very good. They are low cost also, but it is still an expense which I want to avoid, because mine is a very small company. I hardly have like 5 employees, so I want to save costs as much as possible. So that is why I am building this for myself first. So I am developing it in phases. So once finish the phase 1, I would like to give away the tool, so that people like me also can be benefited. You can save costs, you can save time in doing all the manual work, because this is going to be automated. Then we'll do it in phases. So whenever there is a new phase, I'm going to release an update on my YouTube channel. So if you're interested, you can let me know. Okay, thank you for watching. I hope you learned something new in this tutorial. So if yes, please subscribe, please like and share and comment, so that it will encourage me to make more videos. I will know that people are interested in my videos. Alright, thank you so much and you have a nice day. We will meet in the next video.